Oh wait, am I even muted? I'm not. I am muted. Wait. Oh, I also don't even have this entered in here. Rip me. Whoa, whoa, Mona Lisa, you're guaranteed to run this town. Whoa, 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 Mona Lisa, I'd pay to see you frown. Is that what he said? I have no idea. I was suddenly reminded that that song existed yesterday, during yesterday's stream. It's got I really like the chorus. It's got a good chorus. Whoa, whoa, Mona Lisa, you're guaranteed to run this town. Whoa, whoa, Mona Lisa, I'd pay to see you frown. It's a fun song. Just that one part in specific. Let me see if I can find the see if I can find the lyrics for that somewhere. I just played it. Oh, it's still cool. It's still pulled up in Spotify for me. I mean, what? I don't use Spotify on stream. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Whoa, 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 Mona Lisa, you're guaranteed to. Let me wait. Hold on. Whoa, whoa, this is probably really loud. Lisa, I'd pay to see you frown. Say what you mean, tell me I'm right, and let the sun rain. Okay, this actually, you know what? You know what? I actually really am enjoying this song right now. Let me do something real quick. I'm actually really enjoying this. Well, what are all my... Oh, let's see. The Ballad of Mona Lisa. And let me just do this. And let me just do this. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Uh-huh. Yes, I would like to do this. And oh, that's interesting. I recently installed, what's it called? What happened to why is this no longer pinned, huh? This is supposed to be pinned. Huh. I downloaded VLC because my Shadowplay thing wasn't working. And then I found out it was totally unrelated to that at all. So now I have VLC, I'll probably uninstall it later. Just because I have no reason to... I mean, it is useful to have 2 video players, I guess. What key is this in? She paints her fingers with close precision. With empty bottles of gin. And takes a moment to assess the sin she's paid for. I'll take this stream eventually. The conversation, where words are swimming through his ears again. There's nothing wrong with just a taste of what you paid for. Say what you mean, tell me I'm right. This is too high. The sun rain down on me. Be a sign I wanna believe. Whoa, Mona Lisa, you're guaranteed to run this town. Whoa, Lisa, I'd pay to see you frown. He senses something, call it desperation. Another dollar, another day. Oh no. She would tell him, but she'd have nothing left to sell him. Say what you mean, tell me I'm right, and let the sun rain down on me. Be a sign I wanna believe. Whoa, whoa, Mona Lisa, I can't see around this town. Whoa, Mona Lisa. Is this also E flat? Let me go back. Whoa, Mona Lisa, you're guaranteed to run this town. Whoa, I'm in my settings. I'd pay to see you frown. Did we actually establish that this will actually keep, like, moving even if I tab out? No, it does not want to do that. Window capture doesn't like that. Say what you mean, tell me I'm right, and let the sun rain down on me. Give me a sign, I wanna believe. Whoa, I'm capping my resin. Mona Lisa, you're guaranteed to run this town. Whoa, Mona Lisa, I'd pay to see you frown. What you mean, tell me I'm right, and let the sun rain down on me. Oh, what? I wanna believe. Also, I did not do the Linny quest, so we still have a ton of conflictions. So that'll be fun, but I want to do my resin first. The taste of what you came for. Oh, paid for. Okay. Regardless, what's in this queue? Oh, it's just gonna queue this over and over again. No! No, I want this to shuffle. It did not shuffle. 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 Okay, now let's go back. Oh no! Nightmare. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna try using the Eula team. I've done this before with Eula. Feel safe. Creeping in the corner. What? Shoulder? An alarming state. In my mind. Actually, you know what? As great as these songs are, they're not ones that are good for me actually, like, singing. So let's get that playlist open. I'm just gonna make sure that it actually is capturing the sound. Whoa, Mona Lisa, you're guaranteed to run this town. Whoa, Mona Lisa, I'd pay to see you frown. So what playlist is this again? Is that this one? I think it is. I should probably add some stuff to these.
Such a common sort of scene, but yet it's only me.
What should I add?
Forgotten and empty.
Probably stuff that's in the
softly cradled by the breeze, the summertime seas, a chair ever lonely.
Oh, I need to add Unmei no Hito.
But through the night I'll leave behind just one light.
I'm gonna add Nande Manaya
The
too.
door is open as the creaking hinges calling. What will I say upon the day we meet again? I just hope I won't forget, my friend. In the dance of the stars above, you were shining brightly, and I'll never forget or erase the scene. For I never could put light that the summer brings. So far from our minds, but they're ever bright, this ghost.
Okay, I'm gonna have to click on it because it won't let me save to a playlist. Next thing I knew, why wasn't it letting me loop? There we go.
Remember that aquarium where we left in that looked so fun.
Just like I need to change Rosario's artifacts. Oh, actually, no, I fixed this.
Remember now,
Ooh, input lag. I don't even remember the words now. Yeah, see, the problem is that always happens is this big mech dude just has like insane hit lag for the Claymores, and it like ruins my ability to. Oops, that's not what I was doing. But it like completely ruins my thing because Yula just like suddenly her speed like tanks.
As I pass me, I doubt that I'll ever go back. Used to go get on the train, still the happy memories of past remain.
I feel like this is really loud. What?
It's fine to say nothing at all. I'm still right wing wearing what? Don't you know?
They're all gonna have to work like overtime in order to like generate the energy for Eula. There we go.
Susan, on Instagram and I see your stories that still occasionally appear in my feed. Ah, I see that you've still been enjoying your life. Now I'm no longer by your side. I know that I won't say things like I still liked you. After all, I've moved on and I'm so happy to. I'm enjoying this, unbelievable, blessed without a doubt. The first one was you. It's all kismet.
No, as much as I want to use Eula in this domain, and as satisfying as it can be to get like the drop on them and get the burst to pop right when the second set of enemies spawn in, it like never happens. I can never get it to happen. Did I set this to loop? What's going on? What's playing? YouTube, why are you like this? It just started auto-playing into a 1 hour long version of it. With the thumbnail being Kiki's delivery service. That was really confusing. Play all. I'm not, no. I'm overriding this. There we go. But I do have the turbo controller plugged in, so we will be able to successfully mash through all the dialogue. I feel like this might be the filters and OBS running, but I feel like I have some input lag. I don't know, things just feel a little sluggish. I know one thing I've complained about a lot is that this keyboard has like a little bit of delay. Or maybe it's just Genshin having like weird like character switching cooldown. But I've had like a lot of quick swap delay. Like if you've ever seen any time where I've like randomly just like used Raiden's burst for no reason, or randomly just like used Eula's burst for no reason, just in the middle of something, usually, excuse me, it's because I've hit the character swap button. So what usually happens is I'll hit E on Raiden, and then I'll hit 4 to switch to Yelan, and then hit Q, and it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't switch to Yelan for whatever. I have no idea why, but it just doesn't do it. I also don't use the quick swap burst. It's just not, I don't know. I don't use the alt, like, number key thing. I just... It seems really inconvenient. It's such like a... and part of it's because it's the alt key. Isn't it alt? It's just such a weird key to press. Like alt and 4. It couldn't be like tab 4 or something. I got absolutely nothing. Let me see if I can change that. I don't think I can. I think that's one of the baked-in controls, which is one of the things I don't like about Genshin. Like, why even have keybinds if you can't, like... Yeah. Why is it left alt plus switch character? Why is... Because I guess tab is the shortcut wheel. Why is that left alt plus switch character? It's so inconvenient. The other thing I don't like is the classic one that's awful is getting out of CC being mash jump. You just mash jump and then you get stuck in the same spot and you get frozen again and you get trapped in another bubble. Well, I don't know if we're gonna have another tough set of enemies like we did last time when I got annihilated by those two Hilichurl rogues and that big guy, the Ruin Grader. But I kind of want to bring another fun team. I just don't know what that team would be. But I do kind of want to bring another fun team. And I think that might be Kutching. Kutching aggravates pretty fun. I'm just looking at characters. I don't know if there's another... I mean, I could do like... I don't want to bring any burst-heavy characters. Like, aside from, like, Eula and Raiden. Because Raiden's got that ER refund in a lot of her teams and has pretty good energy generation. And Eula can do just fine without her burst. But... one of the reasons why I don't like using Noelle. I could just run around Fab like I said I was going to. Let's do that, actually. Yeah, let's run this. What does your thing do with Crystallize? It just, like, sucks them in, right? Yeah, but, like, the Crystallize things don't actually do anything, right? Like, you don't actually get anything crystallizing, right? Oh, actually, so you probably do want someone. Okay, then in that case, I'll swap out Yunjin for somebody. Probably Yelan. And let's swap the team around. This is the Abyss rotation I have of putting Noelle in the last slot. Because I like having my DPS at one end or the other, but this lets her get stats for her Husk of Opulent Dreams. In that case, let's bring Yelan. And you don't have high ER requirements, do you? What's your burst cost? Oh, you have an 80 cost burst, bruh. I was gonna say, we can switch to this new Favonius Warbow that I just got. Who cares that it's got garbage ER? That's not the important part. The important part is she already can pretty reliably get her burst back, so it should be fine. And I don't care about your burst is all. We just need you to be able to crit. And everybody should be able to crit, right? 52... 70, and I know you can crit. Okay, cool. And we're gonna put you on easier said than done. Seems to be a way to clarity. Dia gets to enjoy some drip. Missing what really cares. Much a journey to find a path that's yours. Losing my way again. Not too moist is my searchlight. Your voice is making me tremble inside. The nerds with no regrets, offering our first and will be set. Yeah, who cares that she's got awful... Actually, she's getting all of her ER from Fab. That's the thing, though. I feel like we don't need her to be on Fab now. No. Even if her stats are awful, I still like the visual appeal of Favonius on her. I still like the visual appeal of Noelle with Favonius. It just looks good. It just looks good. She's got a good design. Anyway. You know what? Actually, in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have chosen Noelle. I'll be honest. I probably shouldn't have chosen Noelle. Because, yeah, if I'm gonna use a controller, I probably should have chosen, like, Yoimiya or something. I don't like how small the map is. Like, in that corner. Why is it so small? It looks so weird. It looks like like, the fact that nothing lines up, like, at the top of the screen really upsets me. We can't do this, so we've got to do, I believe it's this one. See, it'll open up the map there. Is that something new that they've done? Does that do that for all of them now? My way again. Voice is my searchlight. Your voice is making me tremble inside. Okay, time to pause the music. Will be sad.
He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using... Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards...
Couldn't agree. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here.
Okay.
Perfect timing.
The Phantom Weasel?
Well, not to...
Arsene Lupin?
Wow! Precisely. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday. I know. Yeesh. A magician. When the police... Sure enough, I had to squeeze through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here.
So, this is the warning letter, huh? Well, 3 days from now, when...
This is, without it, what once seemed...
Uh-oh. If this thief will still...
Persona fans win.
Really?
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear. Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes, something exclusive.
I'm still trying to figure out what's
next.
making my chair not go.
To the weasel. Is that who I think it is?
Lenny!
Lenny?
Magic, magician, Caesar, the Phantom Weasel. That's it. Let's go interview Lenny. You see, the original Phantom Thief.
Are you serious?
Oh, relax. My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is...
Oh, that's interesting. I can't even, like, alt with my mouse. Okay, cool. Now can I not... Now can I continue the other quest? Bruh. I don't know why they do this. I don't know why they can't just have a character be somewhere else. I don't get what the problem is.
Wow, Mr. Magician.
They do it with the Archon
How
quests.
do you know which card I picked?
Oh, it's simple. Come closer, and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called...
Really? Then, what?
Well...
Aw.
And now you're getting a... You snuck up... Of course.
All right.
Why, hello.
Oh, what?
Oh, please.
I'm sure that
That was nothing. That, you guys.
Wow.
Wait, real? His warning letter.
Bingo! So, Linny, what are your thoughts on...
Angry?
You read his.
Night Weasel.
Well, if he is.
Weasel.
Then his warning. And if he's not.
Ah.
But I've been.
Really?
To be honest.
Don't weasels fight
Thanks for
snakes?
the-
Isn't that like a
Pete,
thing?
Allow me to demonstrate with a
Weasel.
quick magic trick.
Ah.
Here, I have a flower. Just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1. That's the question. Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all...
A surprise? Let me see!
There it is. Oh? Huh?
It's right there!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Linny, it seems that my...
Don't worry, since he's...
I can imagine. Coming back to you, for example, but you...
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journal. It sounds like...
Well noted. Please feel... If there's nothing else, I'll be off.
Losing my way again. Voice is my searchlight.
So itchy.
Not so itchy then. Well...
Whoa, Weasel Lisa, you're guaranteed to whatever weasels do.
Also, it'll bring us
Whoa, Weasel Lisa, I'd pay to fight a
First thing we have to look
snake.
into, But if we're we should make a move.
A gift. Now can I? Now can I? Oops, wrong button. Now can I? Nice. Whoa, Mona Lisa. Oh, a common chest.
Ooh. Wonder...
No. Oh. I guess I use my keyboard. What? Did it delete it? Huh? This is so confusing. It also doesn't help that it refuses to show this in like PlayStation. It like only does this in PlayStation stuff, so I have no idea like what any of these buttons mean. I guess X. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm not using a PlayStation controller, so it's not that helpful. I don't think this does it when I'm... I think it just might be because I'm using the Hori pad. When I use my Pro controller on my phone, I'm pretty sure it shows it as... Hello, Rodo. I'm pretty sure it shows me as my like Nintendo buttons.
Really?
I think it's just because
Oh,
I plugged this in directly. I'm pretty sure if I did this through Steam, it would show me my
she said that you're...
Nintendo buttons, but because it's just directly plugged in, it's gonna show PlayStation.
Oh,
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! Ooh, so...
Actually, I just realized this was the actual quest I was meant to do. Use your phone as a controller? No, sometimes... I don't do it as much as I used to, but sometimes I play Genshin on my phone. Usually it's whenever I can't get to my computer. Or like if I'm on vacation or something and I don't want to like haul it around because it's annoying. And for a while I just hated playing with the mobile controls. So for whatever reason, because of fancy like stupid anti-consumer stuff, Apple is the only thing that like the only mobile device that you can use Bluetooth controllers on. You can't do it on Android. It's some deal they have with MiHoYo or something like that. Just like how it's on like PlayStation, Vacation Grind even. Yeah. Log in for like 5 minutes, do some stuff, log out. But I think on like iPhone you can also hit 120 frames, which is only available on Apple devices. You can't even do that on PC, which is annoying as well. Not that I care. I don't care about frame rate in games, but I know some people are upset about it. but sometimes I use my Pro controller as a Bluetooth controller for my phone, and it shows my Nintendo buttons there. But on PC, because I think it's just because this isn't like an officially licensed thing, like it's a HoriPad, it's not like a Pro controller or a DualShock. My phone can call, it's good enough. Yeah, but I think this is because it's not like a DualShock or something, since it's like a third-party controller. Windows doesn't recognize like what it is exactly, like in the game. So at the bottom it's showing the PlayStation buttons, even though it's not a PlayStation controller. It makes things very annoying for me.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
I'm having flashbacks to Mamiya in Minato's story where he kept being like, what would you do if the world was gonna end tomorrow? It's just a pointless conversation starter.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost.
Find a way to leave Fontaine, aka taking a boat to Sumeru.
And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass.
And head mapping processor for the
Truth, it might
buttons.
be
Maybe
better
medical
just to
science will
live
do
like
it in
normal
20
rather
years.
than worry over such an end.
The worst part about it is it's showing PlayStation controls. A console I have never touched in my entire life, so I have no reference. I at least know that if it was showing Xbox controls, I know that X and Y are switched and A and B are switched, but I have no idea what square, circle, cross, and triangle are on a Nintendo controller. I don't know what that means. There's no triangle button on my controller.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
She's trying to win that Pulitzer.
And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Every time one of the two factions says something bad about the other one, it reminds me of that GTA 4 gang meme.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
PlayStation's got a lot of good exclusives. That's what they have.
That's so
And they got cool
nice.
looking controllers. I
All
just
of a
hate that
sudden, Paimon
I don't know
actually
what their
kinda
buttons are. Which
envies
side am
her.
I on? Neither. I don't care about what PlayStation or Xbox does. I'm a
Anyway, let's
Nintendo
go and take
gamer.
a look at the sea,
I
shall
sit
we?
here and I enjoy my $60 remakes of a game that came out 10 years ago. I don't like console gaming in general. Like, I'm just not a big fan. There are a couple games I want to play that are on console, but I'm not a big console gamer.
Combo, huh?
The only game I think that's come out recently that I would have to play on a console is Eternites, and that's a PS5 exclusive. And I've already said before that as much as I want to play it, I'm not buying a $700 console just to play a single game. It's not. It's a waste of money.
If it wasn't Fontaine,
I'm not gonna play
all of
Miles
Earth
Morales
would be destroyed tomorrow.
at a Wii, but you know,
Where would we go and what would we do?
the Wii was an experience.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Go find Ether. You know, Paimon, you know, if Fontaine was gonna be swallowed up by water tomorrow, I'd probably book it out of here so I can find my sibling. You know, the thing that we've been doing the entire game? If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Lego Star Wars taught me more than every kid's book ever combined. Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world. That is what Ether told us to do. The sibling did task us with, traveling the world and experiencing everything so that we can come to our own conclusion instead of either leaving with them or joining the abyss.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yes, Paimon, it's a great way to drive the story forward. The banter goes back and forth as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations, an endless busy day. Oh, it actually gave me an option to press continue. How convenient. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte finds you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Rosula safe house at the Fleuve Sender. Navia, having finished her business in Les Poissons, even drops by to take a photo of the two of you. All goes well. Why are IRL people doing this? Just leave. Just go somewhere else. Easy.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
I feel the same, Paimon. They live in a constantly, like, drippy, mildewy, like, underwater cave thing. I can't imagine this is
Better than
nice.
Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are
You
still
have dad
here.
just moved to another continent.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A small-scale riot? In France?
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy
Baguette
crisis.
strike. Ho ho ho.
And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Oh, right. I forgot. We're totally behind the cause of this. I forgot that in between... Because everything exited my brain that happened yesterday. I forgot that our plan for this story quest is to, like, bully this girl into, like, revealing her secrets. That's our masterful plan.
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Our brilliant plan in order to figure out what to do about the prophecy about Fontaine being swallowed up by the water and having everybody dissolved into water is to ruthlessly bully Farina until she gives up and tells us everything that she knows.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
It's like a complete 180 of what we did in Sumeru. The entirety of Sumeru was us being like, don't bully Nahida. And now, the final act of Fontaine, we're like, yeah, get her, get her.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
This is also especially the average Francis must strike days a year.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée
Your retirement
has
age.
dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any
Macron
leads
be
yet.
like, alright, time to extend the time for retirement by 2 years.
That said,
If you're already
the
retired,
others
too
have to
bad.
worry about.
Go
She
unretire.
is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Heckle her.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Whoa, Farine Lisa.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Looks like those detective novels have had an effect on you. Work 2 more years. No, you can't do this to us.
Here we come.
You have to work until 80. Yeah, the classic. Okay, we're in Poisson, aren't we? Are we not in Poisson? Oh no, we're not. We're in the weird, like, Parisian sewers. Like, this is, Hunchback. I've also decided that as much as I want to use Noelle, and as funny as I think it would be, I don't want to try and use Noelle while using a controller, and I've also decided I don't even need to have a controller equipped, so what I'm about to say is completely irrelevant. However, that doesn't change to the fact that I instead just want to use Yoimiya instead. So, we're just gonna go here, and I'm just gonna... Wait, is there... Do they have, gyroscope aiming? They do! Oh. Oh. It only works for the DualShock and DualSense. RIP. Also... Okay, yeah, okay, I can get around this. Up is up, down is down, yeah. You know what really, like, annoys me? That reasoning was quite a journey. You know what really annoys me? This is aim shot mode, right? So when I move my stick left, it moves left. When I move right, it moves right. When I move up, it goes up. When I go down, it goes down, right? But when I'm out of here, if I move the stick left and right, it's left and right. But if I move it down, I don't know. It's just that every game does XY axis inversion differently, and I hate it. I hate it with a burning passion. That every single game seems to do the invert XY axes completely different, and it just is so annoying. Anyway, I'm no longer using the controller. I'm back to using mouse and keyboard. Now, the invert X and Y axis doesn't really matter at all. Actually, what would inverting the X and Y axis be like on a mouse? That would probably be really oh, I can't even... That's not even an option. Never mind. I was gonna say, it'd be really funny to invert my X and Y axis on a mouse. Alright, My Little Pony. Let's go. Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Have you ever tried... Oh, RIP.
Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute. Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
A speech that has replaced the speech on world hunger. One standardization, inverted axis calculation. I just want it to mean the same thing. I just want it to be consistent. I don't want to have to constantly open up the settings menu in every game I play, switching between inverted X and Y axes, and then aim shot mode and normal mode to try and figure out what they're doing. It's so annoying.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh. Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
I was going to bring this up earlier. The tonal whiplash of going through Nouvelette's story quest, or like half of Nouvelette's story quest, where he was like, yes, what's-her-face was bullied by the Fontanians and killed herself, and the other dude was exiled, and then was like, I can't repeat the mistakes of the past. I couldn't save them. They believed in me and I failed them. And now he's like, let's bully Farina. Let's turn everyone in the country against her and have them bully her so she gives up her secrets. It's just some really funny tonal whiplash of Neuvillette being like, no, I failed them in the past and they killed themselves. And then he's like, we should bully this girl so she gives up her secrets. He's the one who suggested that plan. Well, I think technically it was Clorin, but he's the one who said it was a good idea. Brings us back to the mapping processor implant. That also wouldn't be a problem. You know what you need to make? You need to make the Squip from Be More Chill. The gray oblong pill, quantum nanotechnology CPU. The quantum computer in the pill will travel through your blood until it implants in your brain and it tells you what to do. Wait, hold on. It's not gonna be as funny as unless I play it. Let's see here.
It's from Japan. It's a gray oblong pill. Quantum nanotechnology CPU. The quantum computer in the pill will travel through your blood until it implants in your brain and it tells you what to do. So, it's like drugs? It's better than drugs, Jeremy. It's from Japan! It's a gray oblong pill. Quantum nanotechnology CPU. The quantum computer in the pill will travel through your blood until it implants in your brain and it tells you what to do. It tells you what to do. It's pre-programmed. It's amazing. Speaks to you directly. You behave as it's appraising. Helps you act correctly. Helps you to be cool. It helps you. Picture this.
And that's it. I'm not playing any more of that.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
I'll be honest, even before this quest, I liked Farina. I thought she was a fun character. This makes me like her more. But I already liked Farina. Farina?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains?
Oh, they have a little
remember.
Tadalga
The
balloon.
show at the Opera
That's
House
cool.
earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
You know what kind of gets me, though? I'm pretty sure this is the same music that they've... This entire thing looks like a lost place. Poisson is something. Stop... Stop trying to act tough, Farina.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Oh no. Not the copy-pasted NPCs.
Seem to be after you.
They are. They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Come on, quick, get back in here. You're gonna give us away. 3 NPCs are coming. What will you do?
This should be the place, right?
Right?
Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
It suddenly sounded like that last delivery on the line suddenly sounded like she had like just woken up from a coma and was like, "Whoa, what's happening?" You know what I think one of the favorite things is I was just about to say something.
Paimon's exhausted.
It's the complete 180 for what cook means, right? Because it used to be like I remember like cooked means something was like it was just like whack or like ruined, like absolutely cooked. And now it's be like you got the whole like let them cook memes, and it's like the complete opposite. It's so interesting. But anyway, I was gonna say that they really cooked with Farina's voice actor. She's doing a really good job.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm.
This is her kingdom thing. How could she not know that you can go around the corner and there's more stuff? What is it in this place? Yeah, I don't know. That line was kind of weird. This place is not what I'd call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What a weird line from Paimon, too.
What's happening?
Pat her on the head.
The
Good girl.
ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect. Sus.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds
Really feels like a
of
Stargate
years.
episode.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we all almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. What are these options? Regardless, neither one of these really matters. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know which... Oh, this is a run-on sentence. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness. Yeah. Ever since... Actually, I think... This goes back, I think, all the way back to the Liyue quest. It didn't really come into play in Inazuma. Nahida brought it back again with... Or not Nahida. Rukadavada came back around with it, with the whole Irminsul thing, and, like, the deletion of history, and, like, rewriting the records of the world. But I think Zhongli mentioned it in the Liyue Archon quest, about the Traveler being a witness to what happens in Teyvat. Because I think that might have been his story quest, when he was talking about erosion and Azdaha.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Farina, just spit it out. Done? Cutscene? Huh? Get baited. European Union spent more than 250 mio since 2014. This was a French wine. How does wine go bad? Just use it as vinegar. What?
My opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial
Wait.
of our god.
Wait, see that right there? It's a viewpoint thing. It's telling me that if I go up there, I can log a picture in the archive. It's completely ruining the scenery.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am
This stuff's never
the
good.
god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
There's no way they have these duels in the Opera House, right? Is that really where they have these duels? What a weird place to have a duel.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Hey, not everyone can be Makoto. Actually, not Makoto. I guess Makoto could do this too. Not everybody can be A, who splits a canyon in half. Normally duels are outside. That's what I'm thinking. They don't have like a duel arena or something for this? Like they just duel on the stage of the Opera House? Like what? What? Weird. I thought for sure they'd have like a separate location where they duel. But it's France, so who knows? Yeah, I don't know. I would have thought they had a separate place. Although we've never seen another place in Fontaine for them to have a duel. But I just would have assumed that they didn't duel on the stage. It seems like just an inconvenient place to have a duel. What with the audience right there and the floor being made of wood. Although Child did totally like jump off of the nosebleeds and like wipe the floor with those robots, and the floor was apparently red as rain. So I don't know, maybe they got some real hard wood. The underground cave from before would be better for a duel than this.
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly...
Yeah, it's really like the comments.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the
French trials for monarchs usually don't go that well.
Will now begin!
Woohoo!
Next thing you know, we're gonna have somebody stand up and say, I have a list of known traitors to the Republic, and then adjourn the meeting.
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Well, they show beheadings, though.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
A man straight up, like... What was it? I think it was the first Archon quest for Fontaine. A man straight up got crushed by, like, a giant box.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Get jebaited, Farina.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
This is the point where, in a real trial, they would go, Your Honor, leading the witness? Your Honor, leading? We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. It's time! Danganronpa time. Ace Attorney time. Whatever you want to call it. Scrum debate.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
Flashback.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there. Sounds like a James Bond villain.
I can guess Nervillette and Cloran's part.
We meet again, Bond.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for
Oh,
your
there's Charlotte.
courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Sorewa Shigeoyo!
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here
What's done is done.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
How convenient.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Also known as, in case you don't remember what's happened.
The Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
In case you didn't remember what happened.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
You know what was kind of weird? This has not been relevant in any way, shape, or form. The whole thing with the Oratrice and like where he went and like what happened, like it's just not been, they've not discussed it at all.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
The fact that you missed out on the once-in-a-lifetime chance to see a bunch of Go-Gurt-colored water spring out of a hole in the ground and almost kill everybody? Weird.
According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay. So, basically, to sum everything up, not enough into the story, but it sounded really weird. Yeah. Basically, to sum everything up, Lenny was accused of murder because a box crushed a man on stage. We found out through a series of things that it was actually the serial woman kidnapper who was dissolving ladies and then tried to dissolve this lady, but she didn't end up getting dissolved. Meanwhile, Lenny was trying to find out what was going on with the Oratrice, which is why he wasn't there. We eventually also established that apparently it's impossible to drag two people or to drag another person through a 3-square-foot vent. Apparently that's too much for the laws of physics, and it's physically impossible to drag somebody through a vent. I don't know. We then found Vacher to be the real culprit, and he got done in by, like, water ghosts. And then Child was found guilty, even though he wasn't guilty, and everybody got confused. Then he tried to be the main character, and Nervillette, like, curb-stomped him. And then he was sent to prison and disappeared. We then met Evil Eula, and she was like, hey, I'm here to demand reparations. Then we got sent to prison undercover and found out a bunch of wacky stuff. Like the fact that there's tons of Go-Gurt water underneath the prison that threatens to dissolve the world. Then we found Child in a sea with a giant dream whale. Dragging through the vents. The fourth law of thermodynamics. Then Navia almost died as well, but some water ghosts saved her from dying. And then a witch contacted us through a teacup.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Lumine actually being voiced. Actual voice lines from the main character.
Instead, I would would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Why is... I was gonna say, why was that so long? Why couldn't I advance?
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
I like the fair-minded audience member. They got great names.
To drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Better than Ultra Despair Girls. Adult F. Adult M. Adult D. Adult Q. Child B.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Farina thinks she's Athena or what? The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? What do we know about Farina, or what does Lumine know? Because as the player, we know a lot more about Farina than Lumine. I like how it's like irrelevant. Like it's not even giving us the option to choose the wrong ones. She was confused by the Oratrice.
That doesn't sound right.
What?
Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our
What do you mean? What do you mean? The thing that supposedly interprets justice was wrong, and she even didn't understand what was going on. Weird.
First of all,
Oh, there it is again. Little marker.
another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
She also could just be like Wanderer. He's like a robot dude. You know, and isn't Dotor also like super old? Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human? We also know that this is totally possible because Dainsleif is, well, he's a human, I assume. He's a Conrian, which I assume are still humans. He's just from Conria. But he's cursed as well. He's over 500 years old. Because he was there, he was the leader of the guards at Conria. He watched the fall of Conria, presumably with our sibling, and witnessed the death. Was that when Makoto died? I think Makoto died in Conria, fighting the Abyss.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
I don't know if Lumine knows this, but I'm pretty sure as the player, we already know that Farina doesn't have an authority. She gave it to Neuvillette.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. That was...
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now. But then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Do the venti thing and just create a gust of wind or something, I don't know.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
She's not okay. I give her credit for that. She's not wrong about that one. She's not wrong about that one.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Xingqiu, obviously. My man's absolutely goated.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
We're just gonna call Nuvalet the Hydro Archon, right? Like, out of everybody we've met so far, he's the easiest to pass off as the Hydro Archon, since he's the Hydro Dragon Sovereign.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. And if she's only human after all... let's see... What?
Doesn't sound right.
Why not? What evidence can prove that Furina is human? Tanner Freddy, I'm so tired. I guess I'm just clicking on things. I thought for sure it was going to be the fact that Noob was the one who actually did everything. I don't think it's this either, but...
It has been
what?
established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human,
Oh.
then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate
A
all
Mimir.
suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
The Go-Gurt water!
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Oh. That was fast. Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
It's not what you thought she would. You gave the lady on suicide watch a chance to end it all. What did you think was gonna happen?
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
There she is now.
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
But what's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. Like I said! You gave the lady on suicide watch an easy out. What did you think she was gonna do? This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life? But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway him to just two-stepped against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
He's surprised because he knows that she is.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, let's not forget the guy who straight up murdered people over hundreds of years. What's more strange is, instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the other Fatui Harbinger... Oh.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Well, the second one was the Hydro Archon praying to Celestia. The third one was Farina surrounded by all those people in the circle. And then the fourth one was her sitting on the throne. Actually, I think the thrones are switched. We actually get to match them. Select to check the descriptions. Okay. Find scenarios. In the interview notebook. Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay. Real events. The stone slate. The show, the former Hydro Archon verified truth. Dissolved by water. Primordial Sea. I think it's this one. Yep.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
For the judgment, verified truth.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. I'm gonna say this one.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
And identical, the prophecy dissolved in the sea. I assume this is the T one. Oh. I was gonna
prophecy
say,
from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
the first slate reveals that Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanians from Oceanids. Oceanids.
Follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with
Hello,
you,
Flo
but with
Martone.
all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romance.
Your stream has 0 delay. How are you? I'm doing pretty good.
Those experiences for themselves expressed to the Hydro Archon
How are
their
you?
desire to become of a similar kind.
I'm getting all the juicy details about what happened.
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of
I love this
planet's
Archon Quest of the
primordial
Passion.
sea.
This one's been really good so far.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints.
Thank
and
you for the
return to
follow,
the
too.
sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Have you pulled for Farina? Are you saving for someone else? I'm coping that I'm gonna be able to get to Farina. I think I'm at... Actually, I don't remember what pity. I think I'm at 67 right now. I think I'm 3 away from soft pity. But I have to win a 50-50, so... We're just gonna hope.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
So I wonder how that still works, right? Like, they were turned into humans, right? But it was only the original set of Fontainians that were originally Oceanids. So, I guess they still dissolve. I guess they're still Oceanids? That's kind of weird. You would have thought that eventually they'd just be like humans, right? Like after so many generations.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So, they're in the right order? What is the 3rd slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea.
Oh, it's just normal water.
The nation of Fontaine
Oh,
the
there it is
nation of
again.
Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
We thought we were gonna get, but instead we got.
What should we do?
I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this. Navia's so pretty. She is.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Suddenly, water busts out of everywhere and the entire opera house is filled with water. Thanks, Farmon.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Ha, he said deduction.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Wait, so you're telling me it wasn't Gogurt, but in fact, Danimal's Crush Cups?
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? Wait, could it be... Cutscene? Oh, no, never mind.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Okay. Oh, we're starting here, okay? Wait, no, are we starting... Wait, where are we starting? We're starting here. The prophesized disaster will likely spread from here. Murder case... Guilty... Afflicted by a curse... This one? What? Whale.
It was both dream and reality.
What?
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Oh, I think it's really funny you can see him right in the center. I never noticed that before. There he is.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
It was the windfish. Cutscene? Okay, that looks pretty cool. He's not that big, though. I'll be honest. It's not that big of a whale. Nice job, Nouvelette. You missed him. There you go. It's a Guzzlord. Wow. The side character has arrived. The side character. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. I was wondering when he was going to become relevant again. Child's one of the most metal characters in this game, in my opinion. He's so goated. Back he goes. Well, I guess that's the...
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Catch you and let some slack. I like that he did it, and I was like, oh, he's gonna do something really cool, and then I saw all the explosions not hit the whale. I'm not surprised that he fell back into the void hole thing, though. What with the reveal of Skirk, that doesn't surprise me at all. That's right. I'd wager it's also the one that Child saw when he was young, the Monoceros Kaylee?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Was it Honkai? Where they were talking about the tree? Or am I completely misremembering that? the place further than the universe, and like the quantum sea, and the bird? Or is that something else? Am I misremembering that? I thought that was Honkai.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh, so it's hungry.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
If I had a nickel for every time I played a game where there was a massive event in an opera house that created some sort of rift in the space-time continuum that tried to suck a bunch of people into it, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that's happened twice. It's like the opening scene of Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Tsubasa is chilling in an opera house watching her sister perform on stage, and then all of a sudden, everybody's gone except her.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
I wonder what the whale was doing. He had, like, sparks and some kind of burnt stuff on his armor. I wonder what the whale was doing to create that.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this
what was that?
is the actual cause of the disaster
What just
recorded in the
fell?
prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
What was that thing that just fell? Excuse me?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Ellipses.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Well, you're obviously not Lucina, I guess. She will fight against her fate. But wait, if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there'll still be a way to save everyone? Doctor Strange? Did I miss something? Wait. I forgot about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? That she's actually Hannah Montana.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
Oh, I heard the quest thing. It's my favorite part about these, the dramatic cutscenes, and then the ding from the quest completion. The Sword of Damocles?
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Farina? What's she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Farina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. I really thought that it was just gonna suck me into a thing. Also, I can't see anything. Once again, because of the filters. Oh. Not having the filters on does not help. It is still very dark in here. It does not help. Well, Yoimiya. They say that fireworks are for now, and friends are forever. Wait, do I have Bloom off? Oh, I have Bloom off. Wait, why do I have Bloom off? Wait, are you sure I have Bloom off? When did I turn off Bloom? What? I thought I had Bloom on. I obviously don't. I thought I had it on. Oh well.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand
Don't look at me,
you.
don't look at me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Well, we just gotta pull a Persona 5, right? Oh, that would have been funny if that worked. If you could just shoot these.
Dear audience, the performance is
A
experiencing
cry without
a
echoes.
technical difficulty,
Shackles.
but worry not. The guards
Oh.
shall resolve it soon enough.
These guys have like no health. I saw the health bar and I got really worried.
Time to act.
You know I should probably... Actually, you know what? I can't, because you... Chains. A silence to that end. Let's just try Mono Hydra this... Or Mono Hydra, Mono Pyro this time. It's not that bad.
Off we go.
That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? The Willy Wonka golden ticket? Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Furina. Oh. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Oh.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy.
Even the tab up in the background. Hello, Don.
Will it really come
It's
to
really
pass?
good. It's really good.
Yes.
Oh, her
it
nose.
will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other. Is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity.
I'll have to look at this later. Are these the same? Is it the same voice actor for Focalor and Farina? I don't think it is, but they did a really good job of like matching the speaking patterns if it's not the same person.
If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2, Accession Speech, Farina. Accession? Oh. You know, I kind of wish these were just cutscenes. You know?
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure
Excuse
you've
me.
all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to
the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act?
I know this is kind of a meme, but Farina really is just Kokomi but written better. She really is just Kokomi but better written. They're so similar.
Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely, with conviction. I wonder, can I choose the same one?
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust
I'm gonna
me
choose
or
the opposite
nay,
one.
I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Can I choose the other ones for fun?
No, this won't
Oh.
work. They'll suspect me
Oh.
again. I must play the role that they want me to play.
Can I keep choosing it?
No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play.
Okay, this will be the last time. I just want to get clean audio of this so I can put it in the soundboard.
No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play.
Okay, now I'll actually continue on. I just wanted clean audio of that so I could use it in the soundboard.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Scene 3. Opera House. Oh, we can run! Her bed is really high. What's over here? Oh, I can't use elemental sight. What? That means if I actually want to be able to see things, I need to change the filters. Her face looks really... The skin tones always look weird with these ones. These ones don't look too bad, but it's always so dark. It's like... Hello?
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Oh.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
I've noticed this more so in the Fontaine ones. There's some parts where the audio is really quiet. Like the voice lines aren't all balanced the same way. It's really weird.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, The Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 5. Scene 18,000. Oh no, 182,375.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
She sounds like she's about 2 seconds away from bursting into tears.
My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds
of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
This must have been relatively recently. You figure generations like every 20 years. That means this is, what happened here happened about 100 years before the current. If I'm remembering that correctly. Farina's been the Hydro Archon for 500 years, if I remember hearing that correctly. So this happened probably about 100 years ago.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina and, is this, I think, one later? Next day? Maybe 2 days later?
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. Is this scene from when we were within that giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that the scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Does that make her a Deus Ex Machina? Is she a literal god from the machine?
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Judex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
And that's why I have the filters on. That looks so much cooler with the filters. Anyway, okay. I wanted to let that play out. I'm gonna go get some more water, so I will be right back. We will continue. I didn't want to interrupt. I was like, I should have gotten some when we switched over to Fossilers and Nouvelette, but then I was like, it's too late. It's too late. I missed my opportunity. I'll be right back. Oh, what happened to the game? There we go.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power? Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
I'm so glad I switched to a real team. I'm so glad, even if it's the Yoimiya team, I'm so glad I have an actual team for this. And I'm so glad it's not a Hydro team.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within.
We're gonna get eaten by it?
We shall look for an opening together.
solidify!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Oh.
Let's light it
Oh.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour.
I was gonna say, so glad there's not an element check like the Raiden fight.
Present itself.
Stabilize!
Let's light it up!
This is a thing from Destiny. Whoa, calm down, chill, bro, chill, bro. This is a thing from Destiny. Isn't this the Croto raid from Destiny 2? Isn't this the Croto raid? Hold on. Isn't this the Croto raid from Destiny?
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Isn't this the Croto raid? This is just like the. This is really funny. Oh.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple, your master's pet.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative, it eats too much, and I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Another thing where the dialogue doesn't match up with the text.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name the Fowl?
Like the bird, or?
The fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No, there's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Oh, he meant hands, literally.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're safe. The prophecy was wrong.
Hall to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Nice. Oh, I got a thing. I got a thing. A tear among the stars. A lot of text. Cool. I can add that next to my tainted blood. Wait. What was the reference? What's the reference? Tainted love. That's what it is. The monolith fragment. Her crown. The twig. And now the 2 years among stars. As well as Child's Vision. He'll get it eventually. He'll get it back eventually. Hopefully. Maybe.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
Yeah, so this is the normal set of... Wait, was it just that? Oh, it must have just been that one area that made the bloom look all funky. Well, maybe it actually might be these specific filters. No, it must have just been that area. But these are the normal filters. These are the vibrant filters, and these are the dull ones. These are the ones that make it hard to see at night. Because everything gets dark. Suddenly everything gets real dark. Makes Fontaine look really cool at night, though. Although I like this. I like the gray. Anyway. Let's continue with Yoi, I guess. Oh, my ping has gone up. How rude. Does it say my crystal fly trap? It's ready. Let me grab that first. It's the same music. I like that they used that same music. It felt a little, it was kind of on one hand it was kind of underwhelming because it was the same song we'd been hearing, but on the other hand it was really cool to hear LaFontaine music for like that final dance. I think I may have figured out the problem. You see the lagging? I think I may have figured it. I think it's switching scenes in OBS. I don't know why, but that seems what's causing it.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as Despina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarand?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte takes more pictures of Poisson.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Wriothesley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Ah, speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijwin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you, too.
Okay. We're repeating it up. I got to figure out which teleport waypoint is actually on this level. Oh.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Ah. Not the lag. Come on. Come on.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sijwin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sijwin. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You walk with Risley for a while and share news from a book.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right, last stop, the docks.
How convenient. Also, I like that they're just like, how will we... She was like, I'll probably think about a way to escape from Fontaine, or to leave Fontaine. And I was like, oh, leave Fontaine? You mean like getting on a boat and going to Sumeru instead? Just kind of like, you can just leave, you know? You've already been to Mondstadt. You can just straight up leave. Anyway, elevators are no fun. I'm free. Free falling. Alright. Continue on.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it.
Encoding overloaded. Okay, hold on. OBS, what are you talking about? Hmm.
It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
Oh, wait. I want to do one other thing, too. Forgot. Just realized. Come on. Load. There we go. Cool. Da-da-da. What? 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 Huh? Weird. I can't change one of the settings.
Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
So what do we have left? I get it's just Natlan and Shiznaya now, isn't it?
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe
OBS,
for him
stop
this
it.
entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
I'm gonna try it again. I was trying to change Genshin's process priority, but for whatever reason, every time I've tried doing it, Genshin just said, well, I guess Task Manager said, no, you can't do that. I wonder if that is just a Genshin thing, or if I can do that for something else. Let me try doing that for you. Actually, can I do that to you? Cool, it's a Genshin thing. So there's something weird happening with Genshin. Operation... What's going on? Hmm.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare.
How was
take
the
a picture.
quest? The quest was really good.
I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
But I switched scenes one time in OBS, and then the game started freaking out. So I don't know what's up with that. I'm gonna try it again. I switched over to the be right back thing, and then when I came back, Genshin started like micro-stuttering, and OBS started freaking out. So I'm hoping that by doing this again, maybe I can get it to stop doing that.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was
Fontaine, my favorite region peak story so far. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. I think the beginning of Sumeru is my favorite, But in terms of overall,
but the pockets are still the pockets.
like story, Fontaine's definitely my favorite so far. But in terms of like individuals, I really like the beginning of Sumeru the most.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
The other advantage that Sumeru had that Fontaine does not is Sumeru has Dunyazard and Fontaine does not. So what are you gonna do?
In some other districts later,
One of
so
the stories had Dunyazard in it, and the other story didn't have Dunyazard in it. So I don't make the rules. Also, Yoimiya's dead because I said who needs elevators and then jumped off the side of the thing. It's okay, Yoi. But now we're micro stuttering, and I dislike what's happening. You can see it because everything freezes. You can see it in the backgrounds. You can see it when I move the cameras. I don't enjoy what's happening. I also got to see all the cutscenes with the cool filters. That was extra pog. It looked 10 times cooler with everything like all gray. Sorry, small little seals. I don't make the rules, but I need oceanic trunks. But in the end, it has to be this way. This reminds me of the Mamiya music. That little thing right there. Okay, now I have to figure out how... Thanks for your astute observation, Paimon. I didn't know you had X-ray vision.
So, you really are here, Nervalet. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Okay.
Alright, let's have...
I'm gonna skip through this stuff now that we're at the end. Now that we're at the end, we're doing the recap. I'm gonna start skipping through dialogue.
So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the but Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did.
For me, the authority of the ancient Fontanians were incomplete humans born, but so long as those primordial energies remain within them. In other words, when I gave my verdict,
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true, while it... Yeah! And in a manner of...
it seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth.
Here we go. About the initial verdict.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown...
Okay, yeah, we already knew that.
As for the judgment passed by the orator, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Focalor... hang on a second. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become...
Life has always flowed like water.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain...
Now Beatrice is doing good.
In truth, even those Oceanids who were blessed with...
Paimon...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know.
Yeah, about that...
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydra. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. She simply said that she was... Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out.
Now I can do it, Copium.
You need not worry. I will... In truth, I am somewhat...
I want the weapon too, though. Yeah.
Now that she no longer has...
What about you then?
After Focalor passed... This matter will directly affect our trials.
Looks like you're still considered...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed... As such, before I attend to my other... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem.
That's true. That power... Wait, but the various mechs machines
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute.
Wow. This ain't...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right!
Leaving aside their intentionality, their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, the Oratrice has ceased to function. As such, it has lost. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now.
What complicated consider...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent.
C100.
So all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware...
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not... Unlike ancient dragons, such as myself, the dragons of Natlan is also the nation of war. There is one other piece of information I got inside the harbinger known as the Captain.
Il Capitano? Hil Chirlatano?
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hey, when we spoke to Linny earlier, we guessed that there might be...
No wonder the House of... So regarding this specific issue, I was... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to...
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know.
You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
The new Navi meme is gonna be Nilo.
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Which is why there are so
I always
many
forget how,
flaws
like,
in our
washed
attempts to
out and, like, how
communicate with
vibrant everything
humans.
is, because I have everything washed out.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself.
Like
is
that the person
unfortunate.
before Lumine 7
But
no
once a
CCs.
person dies,
Lumine be like,
bonds
ain't no
humans
way.
had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret.
This third descender...
Master never meant. If you're interested, though, I could.
Next time, you believe we...
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own.
Imagine Celestia watching her collect all 9, all 7 to cut her up, and then take her to Oregon and make a new power source.
That's
Lumine.
what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of... So that's what the Gnosis actually...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding,
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it.
if she speaks the truth, then I would...
A Descender. I am the 4th Descender. For me, this information means 2 things. Dainsleif got new friends, Skirk years away, be like... A Descender. She mentioned one of them. 1, that the Gnosis are related to Descenders. 2, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even... I wonder...
No, let's not think comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender. That's what you say, but what's child...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind...
Alright.
Yes.
But... She said...
I suppose that would be the mystery. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes, life flows like water. And what ultimately?
Da-dum! Does he just stay here now, or what? Is he always gonna be here, or is he gonna be Is he gonna disappear the next time I see him, or what?
It seems from your expressions that you still have... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I suggest that you fully...
Is he gonna disappear when like, the next time I log in? Will he be gone? Is this my only time? Whoa, what was that? You see him just, like, phase forward? He stays until you log out, I think. Time to never log out. Hello, man. Like Yai and Inazuma. Oh. Cool. They've got done... Wait, actually, hold on. I actually have to do these, though, unfortunately. I don't get oh, no, I do. Who gets the companionship experience for that stuff, I wonder? Anyway. I have to do it because I'm trying to get the Mondstadt commissions, and you still have to do, even if you claim them in the thing, you still have to clear the commissions, like here, to actually like affect which story commissions you get. If you don't do them, it like keeps them in the pool. You have to work your way through them. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so between this, that's gonna be 60, and the 60 I'm gonna get from, or the stuff I'm gonna get from my comms, I should have enough for 3 pulls, which I think should put me at 70 if I remember correctly. Oh no, we're at 60. Yeah, we're at 67 right now. Yeah. So I need 3 more pulls. Cool. We can do that. The game's like freaking out, and OBS is also freaking out. So I'm going to close throwing system. And I'm also going to, in a bid to get OBS to stop freaking out, I'm gonna like change a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna go through it too. I probably and maybe tomorrow, probably not after the stream, but probably tomorrow, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna like purge a bunch of stuff in OBS. I'm just gonna like wipe a bunch of things to try and get rid of this. Yeah, the lag's still there, but it's not nearly as bad. And hopefully this will stop OBS from like freaking out at me. No, it's not. I'm still getting encoder overloads. I don't know what's going on with OBS. It's just like this just started happening.
Thank you for
All of a sudden it decides that apparently running Genshin in OBS is too much for my 3060. That's kind of weird. Genshin not working because Xiao trying to bring you full circle. I don't know what it is about Genshin. It's only Genshin that really has this problem. Nikke has problems crashing, but that's just because it's Nikke and I think the PC version is a little unstable. But Genshin is just weird. Genshin's just weird like that. Okay, cool. Let's do this. I was complaining about this. I saw a post on the subreddit complaining about this. And how it's like not fun. I have to do charge attack damage? Bruh. Bruh. Bruh, what is this team? What is this team? After you made him to listen to the Fortnite song, he needs you to play it. The Fortnite song? You mean... I actually don't have it in the soundboard. But do you mean... Is it on here? It is. Lenny done dirty? Here's the difference. I'd rather just use...
#1 victory royale, yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. 10 kills on the board right now, just wiped
Actually.
out Tomato Cow. My friend has gone down, I revived him, now we're heading southbound. Now we're in the Pleasant Park streets, look at the map Go to the mark sheet. Take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. You can take me Roasty Meyer, but not Loot Lake. I really love to chug jug with you. We can be pro Fortnite gamers.
Let's light it up!
He said,
Motion to compel.
Hey broski, I got some heals in the shield pot. I need healing and I am only at 1 HP. Hey dude, sorry, I found nothing on this safari. I checked the upstairs of that house, but not the underneath yet. There's a chest that's just down there. The storm is coming fast.
I probably could just do it here now, couldn't I?
I've got V-Bucks that I'll spend more than you can contend. I'm a cool pro Fortnite gamer. Cool pro Fortnite. Take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. You can take me Roasty Meyer, but not Loot Lake. I really love to chug jug with you. We can be pro Fortnite gamers.
Solidify! I will have order!
La 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 la.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Get them! Motion to compel!
My pro Fortnite gamer. Go Fortnite gamer. Can we get a win this weekend? Take me to Loot Lake. Let's take the game mode and we can just go dominate. Let's hop on an ATK. Take me to the zone. I'm running kinda low on mats. I need to grab some stuff. Roast him, all his fancy clothes. He's got Renegade Raider and he's probably a pro. Just shot in my back. I turn back and I attack. I just got a victory royale. A victory royale. Take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. You can take me Roasty Meyer, but not Loot Lake. I really love to. We can be pro Fortnite gamers.
Wait for the event, you can skip to the final challenge. You know what the sad part is? That took me about the same time. That 2.5 minute clear time took me probably about the same time that the first one took me. After doing all of the things to unlock the stuff. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. How long did this take me? Yeah. That one took me 223 seconds by doing the whole thing. And this one took me 233 seconds by doing one of the things. Yeah. Lenny's probably the best choice there, though, because, like, over Yanfei, even though I like using Yanfei, and that's the only reason I used Yanfei, is because I just like her more. Because of his A4. Anyway, show me that! Farina! Show me that! Farina! Minimizing the game so I can't see it. I can't see it. I have no idea what's happening. The stream... Oh, actually, no, that's not how that works in the stream. Blood tainted! Show me that! Farina! Gary Gygax doesn't find that funny. I am now officially at 70.
Value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue. Take pride.
Well, that's that, I guess. I did get a... Not that I can unlock it, because I haven't switched the Traveler. But we do have another... whatever they're called. Who knows? Oh, we have enough to do a new thing for this, too. We have a whatever they're called. I don't even know where they go. Probably here? No, probably here, right? No? Wait, are they not? I thought these did they not get stored anywhere? I was gonna say, where's the little thingy we got? I was also gonna do something and now I don't remember what it was. Oh, fountain. The constellation. I thought that showed up in the inventory. Wait. They don't know. Oh. In L, he's skipping the final battle. Wow. I'm gonna get something not helpful. Oh. 2! 2! Oh! Wow, literally worthless. You wanna know how useless Dragonbane is? Trial anytime. You know how worthless Dragon's Bane is for me? This is how useless. I had more than these. You might be saying, Neon, wow, that's a lot. I had more than these. I started foddering these and Lion's Roar to, I think it was to level of Tidal Shadow up to 90. I had so many of them, I just started foddering them to Tidal Shadow. Because I ran out of ore. And the reward for the most useless weapon goes to the Dragon's Bane. I'd love to go fish, you know? Get some more of these bad boys so I can level up my pipe. But unfortunately, the game has decided it wants to lag, and as such, I do not feel like it would be an enjoyable experience to fish with lag. I am, however, going to cope that I have the materials, if not the enhancement ore, to get this thing up to 90, because I was low-key grinding these weapon enhancement materials. Once again, limited by the chunks and the phantasms. Does it say Noble Phantasm? No, it says Hydro Phantasm. But we have our pipe here. The Farina pipe. Hopefully the Farina pipe will result in the Farina get. Farina obtained. In the meantime, though, he's gonna sip some water. And I do not want to deal with this lag anymore, and will be ending the stream. Originally, had this not happened yesterday, had the quest conflict not happened, and had Genshin not decided it suddenly did not want to run well, or OBS decided it wanted to just like start dying on me, I would have hopefully finished the Archon quest yesterday, and I would today be playing Three Houses. However, that did not happen. And so, tomorrow, I will once again not be playing Three Houses. I blasted through another 5. I missed, like I said, I missed daily reset, so I've lost 1 day worth of story progression in Nikkei. Because I'm not buying the bonus entries for the event. It's not worth my gems. But tomorrow, actually technically today, but tomorrow, before the reset, if I time it right, I can do the story for the 5 stages I skipped today in the second part of the story. We can do the 5 that I get for the daily reset, and then once 4 o'clock rolls around, Might actually be 3 o'clock now at the time change. We will get another 5 entries, and we will be able to close out the story. And in the and then after that, I'm just gonna try and do Memory of Goddess. I looked at some tips and tricks about memory, about Mog, and I have found that Red Hood is in fact super goated. So much more goated than Scarlet, especially once you start upgrading her skill tree, because her weapon starts off at a higher level, which kind of nullifies one of the biggest weaknesses about Wolfsbane, and that's the fact that it just has awful AoE and aiming. But she's pretty much just Scarlet, but like way faster. She's pretty much just Scarlet, but faster, and eventually has like more AoE kind of. And so it's been great. I've been zooming around. I also have been grinding some coins on some of the other stages to hopefully try and fully max out the skill tree. And I found that every time I'm not doing the challenge stage, I'm getting the most cracked out modules ever. And every time I try to do the challenge stage, it gives me just the most useless things ever. I think I had a run where it gave me the rocket upgrade twice, and then also gave me Dorothy's SMG, and I was just like, bruh, I literally got like 2 of the worst weapons in the entire thing. And I was like, I'm just gonna end the run here. I'm just gonna die and just end the run. But I've reliably been getting to the second boss, after which the game decides to spawn enemies around me in a circle about every 2 seconds, and I cannot physically avoid them, and so I get hemmed in and I die because they surround me, which is fun. But hopefully things will go better. Hopefully things will go better. Encoder overload, fine. Encode this. Encode this, huh? You want your encoder overloading? I'll show you an encoder overloading. Anyway. I will see you all tomorrow. Oh, they also like buffed Red Hood. They like they buffed her so hard. She's like, she got super buffed. Yeah, she got like super, like, I'm talking like her ultimate scale, like her burst scale, went from being like 17% at level 1 to like 37% at level 1. Like, they like buffed her so hard. She's like so goated now. They like doubled her attack scaling. Anyway, I'm gonna turn off OBS so I can go fish in Genshin and not have the game die on me.